The following video was pre-recorded on twitch.tv/codedman9000. More information on the stream times at the end of the video. Death. Something the citizens of Shady Acres knows too well. Due to an unknown disease rapidly progressed by the city's expansion rate, and left with nothing else to do, the citizens take to the streets. They rush to the transportation center to take buses to the Chirp X Space Center. Large lines queue for the citizens' chance to escape the planet. The Chirp X Space Center, the last hope, is a place housing the space rocketing program. The city's survival, or even the planet's survival, relies on the Chirp X's Kerbal Space Program to teach us how to fly across the stars. With the help of SpaceX Kerbal Space Program, we will first learn how to fly a rocket. Next, we will learn how to fly in lower planet orbit before continuing to full planet orbit. After learning orbit travel, we only have one more thing to do: space travel. Hello and welcome to a Twitch Plays Along series called Stone to Space. Today we're in Chapter 3, Space Travel. Today we are playing Kerbal Space Program. So what we're going to do is we're going to start game. We're going to start new. And we're going to go into the career tab so that we have missions. This is the science tab. This used to be called career. It also says it right here, previously classic career. And we're going to change this to the logo that we had before, the experimental engineering. And I forget what we called the last one. Regus, do you remember what we called the last one? The last company name? We'll call them the same thing. Or if somebody has another name, what should a company be called? I'm so glad it's only us. The Coded Space Program. Okay, so when we get into this, hopefully it doesn't have an issue with two save files being called the same thing. So I'm going to ignore this. That just gives you the normal mouse options and how to move around. So we have the research and development building here. Obviously it's very low leveled. This is the entire research tree. So you can pretty much see everything that needs to be unlocked through here. There's nothing past these. And each one has a different amount of science, which you can see underneath the yellow words. You can see the amount of science it needs. Right now we have 0 because we haven't done any test flights. We also have the astronaut complex where all of our astronauts go. An administration building. I have no idea what those two do in terms of the game. We have the tracking station, which if we land in the ocean, the tracking station brings us to this overworld map. So let's say we shoot a rocket up and we land way out here and we can't see it from the space center. We go into the we go into this place, the tracking station. And then we can click on the ship out here, and we can recover it, which gives us points for science and stuff like that. We get, I think we spend money on the different ship parts, and when we recover them, we get either the same amount of money back from, you know, having the part not explode, or we get some amount of money back. And I have cat hair on my face, like usual. Give me 1 second. Usually my sleeve gets it. Black fur on a gray shirt is not very noticeable, so I have no idea if I got it or not. We'll figure it out later. Administrators are the coolest and most important people on the planet. I feel like you're joking about that. But there's one more thing to go over. The Spaceline hangar and the vehicle assembly building pretty much do the same thing. The space plane hangar, I could still build ships in it, but I think it just like holds them for later, or it's for the runway, which I haven't tested yet. I haven't gotten to the part... No, I still have the cat hair on my nose. I haven't gotten to the part where I can make a plane, because I haven't unlocked the research for wheels, which is right here in aviation. This shows all the parts that you unlock with it. And there are a few missions that require us to go to a certain destination and then come back, and I feel like doing that with a plane would be better. Where is the island? So over here on this island, this is one big island. We can only see a few humps, but somewhere over here there's another runway, and that's one of the missions, to get over to that runway and come back. Space planes go sideways, rockets go up. I know, Regis. We just don't have the wheels unlocked. And then the mission control gives us the different missions. Now, right off the bat, it only gives us 4 different missions. Gather scientific data, which we just take the goo anywhere. We can also get the scientific data from doing random space flights. So if we just take our first rocket and go straight up and come back down without the goo, we still get the scientific data from that. So that's going to be taken care of right away. We also have escape the atmosphere, which we can do that with the second rocket, just by going straight up. And then, of course, the 4th one is orbit Kerbal, which we'll do at some point. Now, the stars go to our company reputation. And I need to make sure that the music isn't too loud for you guys. It looks fine now, but sometimes it gets loud in my ear. Once we do the first science and we unlock something else, or it's after we do the first flight, we unlock even more missions. So these aren't the only 4. We just unlock more as we go. And I did not test out if it's after the first flight immediately, or if it's after we've researched something that more stuff comes. But we're going to go into here and make our very bare bones spacecraft because we don't have things unlocked. And I did enough testing that I know exactly what is unlocked. We should have basic fins. I'll do this to give us some sort of control over the rocket. And then I need to make sure that we put the rocket on a different thing than the parachute. Welcome in, Heaven Stranger. You want to take the first 2 contracts before you launch everything? That's true. I forgot to do that, but I should be able to just get out of this and go back into it. Now, I'm going to place these up a little bit. And then we're going to call this the initial rocket. Because after I use this once, I'm probably never going to use it again. But I do want to save it for later. So if we get out of here, we make sure we get the contracts first. I want this one and this one. This we can't do yet because our rocket is not powerful enough to escape the atmosphere. We'll get close to lower orbit height, but we won't be able to escape. If I go back in, I should be able to just go to launch and make sure contracts go. Also, if we look at this, it tells us each thing that they require. It's like later on, some will require us to go to a certain height, but also be within a certain speed. So if you don't get both of them at the same time, like let's say we're going too fast, but we're still at the right height, or if we are going slow enough, but then not at the right height, we obviously don't get it. We need to do both at the same time. So at one point I did 2 research, which we'll unlock later and I'll explain, but I had to do something to slow down the rocket after getting to a certain height, so that when I fell, I hit that sweet spot. And I'll shut up for a while. No, you don't have to do that. I like 3 goo on your first... Oh, can we do goo already? Oh, look at that! That's the thing I didn't test out when I was doing this off stream. I didn't know that the goo was unlocked right off the bat. I thought it was in one of the first research things. 1 for the pod, 1 for midair, and 1 wherever you land. That's exactly what I did. Okay, maybe I did know that the science thing was here. Where did the green go? You guys can still see it, but the game disappeared on my screen. I had to reopen it. What is going on? Now there's a Discord overlay on my screen that you can't see. Is it because this is open? I don't think that would... Oh, Echo just went live. That's what's going on. I got a Discord message that didn't appear on the screen right away, but the overlay for Discord popped up on the screen. Okay, so I'm gonna put the goo here. Now, when I did the goo, I usually do it one at the launch site over here, one while flying, and then I did one at the max height that the rocket goes. Is there a difference between where I land and where it goes, like the height limit? Should I put a fourth one for where we land? Because I don't know if max height counts as the traveling one. So we're doing one already mid-flight, and then one when we stop at the peak. I want this open on the other screen. I'm going to put 4 just in case that it actually does do something different. Okay, now this one I'm going to save. It should overwrite the last one. There's a difference between low air and high air. High air is above 18 kilometers. Now I'm pretty sure this rocket doesn't meet 18. I think it goes to roughly 12. So we'll take that fourth one off, and we'll just do one where we land. Save that again. Hopefully it doesn't save multiple. And we do have all the rockets from the previous one, or previous test that I did. So this is the one that we did on a previous stream that I got really annoyed because it was the sandbox one. And then we have the 3 different tests that I did to see which one we want to play in. But since that said that we only had 1 rocket, we're just going to launch this now. There's a difference for every terrain you land on. Water, shore, grassland, highlands, mountain, desert, tundra, ice, badlands, and whatever else you're forgetting, okay? Alright, that's good to know for the goo. So I think our first priority is going to be getting to the aviation science so that I can put wheels on the rocket and land somewhere else and also take off as like a plane. Plus each one of the buildings counts as a biome. So if I land at a different building, it would count as a different biome. We're gonna do that later on when I have control over the engine, because this just max speed at all times. But anyway, let's launch. Now since I can't, and there's one of my hair going down. Since I can't change the throttle, all I'm going to do is turn on SAS, and we're not going to look at anything else. But first thing I need to do is open one of these. And then we should be able to transmit this right away because we're on launch site. Apparently I can't. So that's one thing I don't know what to do. How do I increase columns? I know that there is a thing that's unlocked during science that it can apply to something, but I didn't test out if that goes on the rocket or on whatever counts as the data catcher. If you land on top of the VAB, there are science points up there. Really? Can't transmit without an antenna, but keep is worth more than transmit in general. So like if I catch this, not catch it, if I recover the rocket later on, I still get the science stuff later from that, which I did know ahead of time. So anyway, let us just press spacebar. And since I can do it now, we might as well just open this now. Because it's not going to make a difference when we get to the top height. I know it says I can't transmit. I'm going to do it anyway, just in case. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit. Now I can immediately switch to the parachute now. It just won't open right away. And this is the airport. I don't know if it shows up very well on stream because I minimized the game. But there's an airport right there. I thought this was all one island, but apparently it's just that little one to the left. We should reach either 15,000 meters or we don't reach 11,000. Okay, so now we're going back down. I'm gonna press the parachute now, but it won't deploy until we get to a certain height. At some point we will turn completely upside down just by falling. Oh, there goes the parachute already. I am going to increase the not the altitude, the pressure this opens at. I set the altitude to 2,000, but I set the, probably not call it pressure, but I set the pressure to 0.2. I think I'll increase it to 0.75 so that it doesn't open that high up. Although I don't think it's causing us any travel speed decreases. We are still falling pretty fast. It should fully deploy soon. That's when we turn upside down. It fully deploys and then we turn back the right way. And now is the point where I do the fast speed, because I'm not going to make you guys wait here. Once we get below 500 meters, it goes very, very slow. If we recover, you get the better science points, yes. Means you have to survive your landing, though. That's true. And I'm going to try to keep Jebediah Kerman as far as we can in all of our missions. So, if we explode, I am going to... just reset so we keep them. Now, since we are falling back on the land site, I'm going to assume our third science is not going to give us more science because we already did one here. But I'm going to try it anyway, and if it doesn't work the way that I'm assuming it isn't, we'll go somewhere else with the third goo later on. It does look like I still got science from it. We should be fine. And now, after this, all I know to do is to go to the tracking station or the Space Center. Since we're at the launch site, I'm just going to go to the Space Center, because we'll be able to see it from here and recover it. Very diminishing returns if this counts as launch pad. That I kind of figured. So now we can recover it. We get all the science points from it, which gives us pretty much a lot. So this is the third one where we landed back on the rocket site. This is the first one. So we got 3 science from being here, and then we got 0.7 from returning back there. 7 while in flight. There's a recover button behind the altimeter. You hover your mouse over the number center's top to get it. So the altimeter was at the top of the screen. And you're saying that there was a button behind it to recover rockets. I'll keep that in mind. I don't know if I just skip through this. I'm not really worried about reputation at all with this playthrough. I just want to do the science stuff. So, what I usually do, because there are research... Okay, thank you, Haven. What I was doing before is unlocking these 3, because a lot of the missions involve those 3 things. But if I go back, I wanted to test one thing before we actually unlock. After initial flight, we unlock the other things, which is what I wasn't sure about before. So these first 4, we are going to ignore for a while until I have some type of control over where we're going. Right now, I don't know too well of how to control the rockets, because every time I tried going in a specific direction within the planet and then going back straight up, the hover, I was losing control of the direction we were going. So I'm going to ignore that for a little bit, and we're going to do the other stuff until we get to the point where those are the only things left. So if we look at this, this needs to do the hammer fuel rocket to a certain height above the planet, which is 45,000 meters to 52,000 meters. And pretty much we just have to fly it. That's the only thing that it requires. We also have the Mark 16 parachute, which we're using right now. We have to get to a certain height between 6,000 to 12,000, but we also need to be within that speed of 160 meters to 280 meters per second. We also have the flea rocket booster, the swivel engine, and a suborbital trajectory. So that will do when we're trying to get to orbit. So that if we don't make it to orbit, we're at least making it low orbit. And this should unlock. What does this need to unlock? Does it tell me? Oh, it does tell you the altitude for low orbit. That's good to know. And then we also have the TD-12 decoupler, which is the large circle coupler. So if we go back out and we look at research development, we have the basic rocketry, which gives us the 3 rockets, or the 2 rockets that it was talking to us about. I think this one has the last rocket. No. It would, I guess, be an engineer. Well, this is the decoupler. And the antennas. We also get the thermometer for temperature-based science. We have the nose cone, the radio decoupler, We also have survivability, which gives us heat shield resistances and other things for heat stuff. And we only have 25 points. And we need both of these to unlock this one, to then unlock aviation. So we're going to go straight into these two because they're only 10 together. This is 18. If we add an extra 3 science points, we could get all 3. Is it worth trying to get those 3 science points before doing another rocket mission? I don't think it matters, honestly. We'll just get these. And then that unlocks the next stages. This we'll get to eventually. So let's go back in here. Actually, we need to go back out and choose the missions we're going to do first. So the 2 easiest contracts, in my opinion, are the flea launch and the escape atmosphere. That is a good point. But then again, for us, the parachute and the decoupler are also easy because you just have to use them at the correct times. I think we'll do the rocket first because it doesn't require a decoupler. And then I think the swivel is the one that is a liquid fuel. Yeah, it is. When we do the swivel rocket, we'll do the decoupler. We'll do the parachute with hammer. Because they're both 1 star, and these are both 2 stars. So I think when it has 2 stars, I know it does different things. The stars don't really mean what I'm going to say they mean. But I think with them being at the same star, it's better to keep them together. Like use 2 of the same missions within 2 stars. Whether or not that actually does anything to make things easier within the missions, I don't think it does. But at least in my head, it makes sense. So we go in here. I'm going to open this just to make sure that I have it. All we need is the flea rocket. Which is this guy. Wait, wasn't that the same rocket we were just using? No, I didn't want to go on a launch. That was the wrong button. I did that by habit. That's okay, we could just revert to the vehicle assembly. I meant to go into here and reopen initial rocket. Is there a way to see? There it is. Yeah, we do have the flea already. How do we escape the atmosphere, though? I don't think a liquid fuel tank on top of this would help me escape. As far as I know, stars just show... Oh, you're talking about the contracts. Which yield higher reputation. That's true, that's what I do know it does. But I thought that it would, that the people that actually program the game would make them easier to do together if they're the same star level. But I guess it doesn't really do that. I'd stack a hammer and a flea on the bottom for a launch contract. You should have inline decoupler. Oh, that's true, I do have the decoupler. So I can just go into the decoupler, put this on the bottom of the rocket. Right there. Oh, now it does the thing. When I was testing, I was trying to do this visual representation where it covers the rocket, but I couldn't do this for some reason. So now I think I understand what's going on. I have to put it below the rocket exhaust. Before, I guess I was putting it somewhere where it didn't do that. And you said the hammer, so I'll do the hammer. So this is 2 rockets now. Does the decoupler have to be on a different stage as the rocket? Or can I do the decoupler, a detachment, and rocket at the same time without anything bad happening? Because I have been putting the decoupler on its own stage, like I would have 3 stages here. For the 4 different items. Your contract is test fleet on launch pads, so don't do them in the other order. Add the decoupler and next engine the same stage if you want to. Okay. So are you saying that I should switch the hammer and the flea? So the hammer's up top? Since this says on launch site? Or should I... No, I don't have the radial decoupler yet. As in capsule, decoupler, hammer, decoupler, flea. Flea on the bottom so you launch with it. Okay, so we are going to first move this over so I can put in the decoupler. We'll do it the same way that you described it. And then I forgot that I have to do this so I can get them on right. And I know the decoupler's on the bottom. I should have just moved the hammer first. Okay, now I'm gonna move these up to here. And then escape the atmosphere would be its own science thing, so I'm going to only do two goos. That's 3. There we go. So we'll have 1 go for where we land and 1 go for the above the atmosphere. I'll just call this Atmo rocket for later on. We'll save that. Because this one will at least know that we're going to be able to escape the atmosphere with it. So if we need to at some point later on, we can just edit it. We do have Kerbin again, or Jebediah, Kerman, I mean. I forgot to change the stages beforehand, and I want that to be saved in the rocket. So let's go back into the assembly. Let me look at the stages. We're going to need 2 stages. A view into 4. Then we need this decoupler in 3. This is going to get rid of stage 2 again, isn't it? No, it's not. Okay. And then this rocket goes here. One small step for Jeb. If we save that... I don't know. I think this is all set up correctly. Looks like it is. So let's launch this now. We shouldn't have had... I forgot to do the parachute. Change the atmosphere. We're going to do that here, and then we'll change it later on. I don't want this to start up very high. Turn on SAS. Why didn't we move? What happened there? Hold on a second. Atmosphere ends above 70 kilometers. I think this rocket will get that high. Can't guarantee it. Yeah, oops. I think I have the rockets in the wrong order. I do have the rockets in the wrong order. The U will go here temporarily. I don't like that it gets rid of the stage as I'm trying to move stuff. So I'm gonna do... No, not like that. If I click on both, I'm just gonna move them all down the bottom one and then add a different stage. I don't know if there's a thing that's making me not keep the stages in when I try to move one. Okay, that's the right engine on the bottom. That's the second engine. Let's change the parachute now, since we're already in here. Save that. Launch. Okay, now turn on SAS. And start the correct rocket. There we go. Now you said 70 kilometers. That's the first rocket already done. I'm just trying to see how high we get before I have to decouple. Looks about the time to do it, so let's keep going. Quickly we lose speed. I didn't press the button, OMG. Okay, Regus. Whatever. Now we might get... Yeah, I was about to say we're gonna get heat damage. Something blew up. A bunch of things blew up. I'm guessing that was the fins. Now I think the atmosphere... I already blew past it, I think. I'm gonna open this. But then again, you did say 70 kilometers, which... We're almost at 60 kilometers. If we don't reach 70, I'll restart and just keep going through the phases to keep the speed. But we should be getting close to it. We're still getting decent speed going up. Yeah, we're definitely going to make it. I'm overthinking that. So now I'm going to open the goo. We will just keep the experiment because we're definitely not going to be able to transmit it right now. You can click purple button at bottom left. For maneuver mode? Oh, this shows me how high I'll make? I'm guessing this one. I should make it to 125 kilometers. That's cool, I didn't know that ahead of time. Thank you. High point, left number, gotcha. And now, Haven. I'm not going to press the button yet, but you said somewhere up here was a recall button? Not a recall. The thing to get the rocket after we land. I'm guessing it's this one that says abort action group for right now. And then it changes to something different later on. Hover mouse above the numbers. Nothing's happening right now. Unless you mean up here. Like a space center, since we're not landing yet, is the thing that we want. All the way to... Is it the thing that says currently space center? Yeah, that... Okay, thank you. I'll use that when we land. So we should be getting to the point where we're at the highest. And then, I don't think there was anything else in chat that we needed to test out beforehand. The only other thing we have to test is getting the science wherever we land. Space Center is, there'll also be a recover for when we're landed and not moving. That's what I understood. Once we land, it'll change to a different thing. So now that we are falling, I'm going to speed up. I'll press space now to change to our parachute, and then we're going to speed up again. And the parachute should get closer to 2,000 meters before it actually pops out. But we should be going slow enough that it deploys completely. Although I'm not too sure about this altitude. I did do it right, okay. It seemed a little bit higher than it actually ended up being over here. I know the one time when I was testing out different things before getting the stream ready, I was landing over here in the mountain and I had it set to 2,000 meters and I just crashed into the mountain before the parachute even attempted to deploy. And I completely forgot that there's a whole altitude portion of this game. Okay, so once we land, I'm going to open the goo. Because this should still count as travel. We've already done the goo and travel. And we're going to keep that for later. Now, if I hover over this, it does say recover vessel. Look at that. Awesome. Thank you for the help, everyone. Okay, so we got a ton of science. This is the things that I needed to know when I was testing stuff out. Because I got to a point where I couldn't figure out how to make more science. Because I didn't know the goo can go to different areas and get science from the different areas. So now, what would count as beach? That's the question I want answered. Because I see that this is lightly colored more than the grass over here. Would that be counted as beach? Or is there something that is highly obvious on being beach? Like it's completely yellow or something? Or is it just anywhere near water? So it's like 3 different questions just asked. Is it obvious or is it near water? There is a shores biome, but I don't know how to look at what the biomes are. Is there a tab that shows me the biomes? Later I get sensors for it. Okay. When I said beach, I meant to say shores. Gotta run, Sophie? Okay, have fun. Sophie is leaving us for her other friends. I'll see you later, Sophie. When you run the experiment, the dialog box tells you what biome or situation I'm currently in. Okay. And I'm seeing a lot of rocks on here. Is that a different biome? Yeah, I should have got goo from grasslands because there's nothing around it. I know that's obviously going to be a different biome. Mountain. What else would it be called? You get a sensor camera in orbit that makes a map. Gotcha. So, like a satellite. But for now, indeed, do a crew report and see. Every building in the center is a biome. There are 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? Am I counting these wrong? Oh, the runway is 9, so we have to land on the runway as well. I'm correct. We might have to land on it. We could probably just make something and have it there and then place the goo before we actually fly off. Plus flagpole. But isn't the flagpole right here in the launch pad? Or is this the flagpole, that black dot? Because I haven't figured out what the heck that is. Because I know there's a flagpole right here in the launch pad. Near the astronaut center. This flagpole right there, that counts as its own thing. It's not just part of astronaut center. What? Why would it be the flagpole and not just the runway? Okay, that's weird. Precise landing. Yeah, I'm gonna have to land right on the tip of it. It is, if I remember correctly. We'll get to that at some point. I would rather make a rocket with the liquid fuel so that I can just ever so lightly hover and, like, not necessarily bump off the ground, but I guess it would be just hopping on the ground to get over here. We don't write the deep magic, we just recite it. Alright. Now we do have enough to get stability, but we don't have enough to get this because it's 45. Is there something else we could do? What's 45 plus 18? That's 50... Is that 53? No, it's 63. We could probably get another 10 science before unlocking both of them. Might just be the regions and the buildings on it separately. Anyway, it's of science to be gained. Do we need stability to do anything specifically? It does give us radio decouplers, which would allow us to get into lower orbit and upper orbit. But do we need to do that right now? I think I kind of want to save up science to get aviation right away with it. I know I need to do the lower branch first, but I want to try and get the science so that we can just click on both of them. So I'm going to try to do something that gives me another 10 science before we unlock them, because we don't need it right now. More science equipment that stacks fast. It does. So we do have the temperature science thing. I should have looked at missions first. But anyway, since we're here, I do have both the goo and the thermometer right now. So there's 2 different science things we can do at once. We're going to go into the missions. Because I might have the mission unlocked for the science thing. The temperature thing, I mean. We do have the 2 things for both mounts. And it looks like I don't have the temperature mission unlocked yet. But we do have the hammer. And we have the parachute, so that'll be 2 things. How much science will they give me together? That's 3. 3 and 2. That's only 5. So I'm going to land us in the ocean and do goo in the ocean. That'll be what we do. So we're only going to need 1 goo for right now. I'm going to leave both of them on there because I don't think we need to change that. And we really don't need this anymore. We could just do the 1 rocket. That's the only thing we needed for that, right? Hammer. Yeah, we could just fly with the hammer. We don't need to get to a certain altitude. Actually, we do. But it should get us there. And we need to deploy the parachute 6,000 meters up. So we need to increase this to max. Ooh, that might not actually work up there. Right, it does need to be deployed at 6,000 between there. So how do I do that? By turning this all the way down? Sorry, I haven't been looking at chat. Hey, this isn't peak. Yes, I know, Oz. More science equipment that stacks fat. I read that already. Go in temp and crew report. I haven't done a crew report or an EVA report. I don't know what either of those 2 things are. So we're gonna have to test that once we get into... Don't explain it now. But when we get into the flight portion, I'll ask it again. Go in temp, crew report, and EVA report. I'm guessing you do temperature at any point. So I'll put the temperature on there now. Can I do temperature land site in flight, just like the goo, I'm guessing? So maybe let's put this on a double. So that we have 2 different temperature things. Why is it over there? Oh, it's on triple. And we'll do triple. Hopefully they don't burn up in the atmosphere as we're going higher. And what else can I add? That's the automated message. Crew report also gives science, and or if you upgrade astronaut complex, EVA report is more science. This is all about when you stage the thing. Very much like Goose, so you might want several. Gotcha. Okay, what do we call this? It's not going to be the Atmo rocket, because this isn't probably going to reach upper atmosphere. And I'm going to sneeze. I dropped my headphone. Oh, it's over here. It came out of this here and went completely under my chair to this side. I don't know if I need like a bigger earpiece. Aqua hop? What does that mean? Do you mean like go land in the ocean? Because that's what we're going to do with this rocket. I'm just hoping that we don't go too high, that we get into the heat area and start burning the rocket. Oh, for the name. That is a perfect name, honestly. That's not Q, that was W. Let's call it the Aqua Hop, and I'm gonna save that, in case we need something similar to this later on. I'm a little concerned on the parachute. Did I set the parachute up correctly that it will deploy between 6,000 and 12,000? Because I can only deploy it at 5. Right mounted, slide down. Oh, right, that's true. But I think the rocket has to have the current stuff in it to get to this height. Oops. I think I set up the parachute so that it will deploy between 6,000, but I'm also concerned that this being set to 5,000 means it won't deploy. It doesn't need to deploy at the height, it only needs to be staged within the contract condition. So I just need to switch to it at that height. Okay. And we're going to keep the parachute set up the way that we had it. I know I don't need it at 2,000, but I like this setting. So keep it at that until we need to change it somewhere else. So all I really have to worry about is when we get to 6 kilometers, or we can wait until like 7, press the button for that. I think we'll do the stage as we're falling. We'll make sure we get up to 45 kilometers, which I'm pretty sure we'll get to with this. So anyway, let's do this. Alright, how do I do a crew report from here? I'm gonna try to figure it out. You guys can tell me in chat, but I'm gonna... Oh, I see it here. .5 signs isn't too bad. And I'm guessing we could do crew reports just like any other science. Does all the science follow the same concept? Everything goes in different stages and wherever we land. Only one permission of crew science. Okay. So we'll do that at different points then. There's the temperature for on the rocket platform. There are ways around it. We will try to do the ways around it later on. Oh, there's a scream tail in chat. I'm going to try to catch that. That's one of the newer Pokemon. All the experiments work pretty much the same way with a couple of exceptions here and there. Congrats, Gino. Alright, we already did this temperature, right? Yes, we did. I'm going to recover this now. And then we'll go directly back into it. That shouldn't have given us enough science. No, it's only a little bit. But anyway, can I go right into launch pad and... Oh, that's how we upgrade. That's what I use this for. Okay. So when we get to the point where the vehicle assembly building right now can only make a rocket with 30 or less pieces, I'm going to try and work with that limit for as long as we can. And when we get to the point where we can't work with this VAB anymore, I'll upgrade it then. I don't want to try and use, like, I don't want to spend all the stuff on upgrading everything. You guys did recommend upgrading the Astro Complex, which is right here. What does it do if I upgrade it? Magnetic boom only works in vacuum. Okay. Atmosphere analyzer only works in the atmosphere, that kind of stuff. That makes sense. Read what it does. I didn't mean to click on it. In the pop-up. Atmosphere complex contains the living and recreation spaces for all our crew members. New applicants also apply here to be recruited. If I right-click on it, whoop, I didn't mean to click on it after that. Our capacity increases to 5 active Kerbals. Kerbals can disembark only in Kerbin. So right now, I think we only have 3 astronauts. No, we have 4. So we have 4 people we can have as astronauts. So we would go to having 9 astronauts? Oh, I wasn't hovering over the button. Okay. Capacity goes up to 12. Kerbals can perform EVAs. Kerbals on EVAs can place flags. Okay, we'll do one upgrade there. Oh, now I can actually see the flag this time. It got bigger. Do we need to upgrade the launch pad? Now that pretty much extends the size of the rocket. I'm gonna look around and see what each thing does. Patch conics visible in map. What's DSN power? Can somebody explain what DSN power is? I'm guessing that's G's for each rocket, but I'm not entirely sure. Because it says 50 G. Gravitational pull. When you open the upgrade menu and hover over the upgrade button, you see what the perks are. Flags and crew report during flight is a huge boost to science. Deep Space Network. Okay, so that's the... If we had an antenna on the rocket, that's how we would connect to the space station if we upgraded this. So what's the current height now? The better your tracking station, the better your antennas work. Yeah. I don't know what the... Obviously, bigger number is better, but what does the number represent right now? Is it a... I don't know what G represents. Is 2G 200 kilometers or something? I'll let you guys ban that. Research science limit. Oh, we have a limit for our science? We can only hold up to 100 science. Okay, that's gonna make sense. Don't have to worry right now. Gotcha. It collects service samples, research transfer available. And right now we only have up to 30 parts. Next upgrade, wow, the next upgrade goes up to a lot. $255. So I'm guessing our 30-part max is gonna last us for a while. And that does the same thing. Mission control, what does that do? Oh, active missions. We can go up to 7 active missions. Traction station upgrade required for flight planning. So I would need to upgrade this before mission control? Or can I do mission control now? We just won't be able to do flight planning ahead of time. I think that's what it means. That I could upgrade this now. Anyway. What missions are we going to do now? Oh, that's right. We didn't do the second mission yet. Flight planning, which you probably want before you go moon missions, needs an upgrade to mission control and 1 upgrade to the tracking station. That's what I was just looking at. So I'm on the right page with that. The order you upgrade doesn't matter. It just means that I need both. Awesome. Alright, let's go straight into launch. And I think that cat hair that was stuck in my nose has now moved into my mustache. Still didn't get it, so it's going to be irritating me for a little bit. What do we need to do now? We did temperature on the ground, we did crew on the ground. So we're going to do crew report while in flight. And that's it. So let's turn on SAS. And I'm going to start us out. I'm immediately going to just turn this way. Not too much, just a little bit. By the time we run out of boost, we should be over the water. Walk temperature, keep that. For report, keep that for later. Try EVA. Can I do that right now? I don't know where that is. Are we going to reach the height we need? Oh, we're going far past that height that we need. Okay. We're not at the right speed, though. So hopefully on re-entry we get up to that speed. Leap out into the void? No. We're definitely 100% above. So are we okay with what we have to do all of this? We're obviously way past the height on here, so we should be fine coming back down. Do I need the rocket connected to us for us to finish these two missions? Oh, look at that. There is there. Report while I'm flying over Corbett added. Okay. Can I do multiple experiments with this? Oh, he's outside. Look at that. I've never seen this before. How do I put him back in? I'm concerned. Do I have to right click on this? Put him in inventory or something? How do I put him back in? I can do the third thermostat thing. Can only be externally controlled by science. Aren't you out here? Be to board. Gotcha. How do I get him to log this temperature? Well, I do see it now. I didn't know what board meant at first. I want to do this, but I don't know how to get him to focus on it. We are also going to... Wait a minute, he just went down. I can climb up, but I can't go sideways. Why can't I go sideways? Is it only where that ladder is? Do from inside. Oh, just go in, and then I can do it? That makes sense. Yep, okay. I was overthinking that. Do it during EVA. That's what I was trying to do, but I couldn't go to the right. Now, I am assuming I need the rocket in order to do these two things. I'm a little concerned on completing this. Because we're below the altitude point. So I'm just going to disembark that, because I don't think we did this correctly. I am going to get the parachute ready. But I want to first be pointed in the right direction so that when we go into the heat, we're not exploding too much. I'm going to deploy the parachute now. And let go with space, R to activate jetpack, and then the arrow... Okay, so I needed to be using the jetpack first. We got this, but we didn't get the right speed, so hopefully we get up to that speed. There we go. We completed one at least. It looks like I should have kept the rocket on us. So I think I'm going to get the decoupler taken off. You staged a shoot before you got the contract. I did, because I didn't know that that we went below the limit. We were below 40,000 when I set off the parachute. Parachute should be deploying by now. There it goes. Wait, why didn't this... Why didn't this say it was completed? Did it have to deploy? Completely? I'm confused. Let's warp to this so we can get to the water, and then we'll use the goo, and then we'll, do another flight. You completed none. I see that now. They just shoot before you got to the contract. The shoot was, I thought, fully completed, because everything had a check mark on it, but it wasn't, I guess, completely done. You stage a shoot at an altitude different than the contract asks for. Probably not the right speed. It was at the right altitude. It wasn't at the right speed, but then everything had a check for a little bit. The rocket, I know we didn't complete. Experiments and crew reports by... I guess you're going to say, by the way. That's okay. We'll do this in stages. I'm still learning. And then let's recover the vessel. I mean, if we're at 63 science now, that's enough for what I was trying to get to. We're definitely... We got a lot of science from all that. Okay. So let's go into research. I don't want to upgrade research. I want to get both of these. Because that'll allow us to do the taking people to different places and coming back easily. Take them from the machines and crew capsule, then go back in. For that you need EVA. You tell me you pressed the spacebar when everything was checked off, because I'm telling you, you staged earlier than that. I opened the parachute earlier, but then everything had a check mark after we got to the correct speed. Do I have to deploy the parachute when everything has check marks then? Is that what I misunderstood? Can I get any... Oh, I can do survivability as well. Can't do general rocketry, but we should be okay with that for now, because we're not trying to get into orbit just yet. I do want this for the stabilizer, or the strut connector. Open escaped. It's fine. We'll get this for the heat shield and the other heat stuff, because maybe that'll do something later on. We have basic science. We could have went for this. We also have flight control. Not going to worry about that. We will work towards the science thing to get more science options. You have to stage it when you're in the right conditions, yes. Staging it early, staging it late. Okay, I did misunderstand. I thought I just had to have it deployed at the point where everything was checked. I didn't know I had to be in the check spot first. That's good to know. So how do we do the rocket one? That's the thing that I'm a little confused on. Because we go back in here. It seemed like the rocket ran out of boost before we got to the height limit. Before we even got to 45,000 meters. So do we just do another 2 rocket stage? Need another stage. What? Another stage for what? Like another rocket with a second stage? To get the booster up there. So put another rocket on here. And then light it when we get up higher. Then we'll do the parachute and re-entry. I do need speed. Okay, I think I'm gonna just put on a flea on the bottom. We also have this basic jet engine now. And we'll have more weight then, that's true. I'm gonna try the flea first. Can I close that? There we go. And everything should be set up the way that I want it. So let's save this again. Go back into Launchpad. I didn't check the weight at all, but hopefully we're fine with that. Do I need to do anything here before we leave? We did temperature, we did goo, we didn't do EVA. Keep that for later. Go back in. Okay, I think we are fine now. Should I aim anywhere specific to get more science? Try space now, you can walk around too. I will. I think we just did the sea because we landed in the water. We didn't do the sea with the EVA though. I think I'll try for the mountains, but we're gonna need parachute set up differently. I'm gonna just put it at the max height, and then we'll speed up going down, because I don't know exactly how high the mountains are. Okay, so when I go up, I want to go... In terms of how the rocket is stationed, I want to go left. Let's get going. Hoping that 60 will get us closer. I'll try to keep the speed by just switching through them now. I don't think we're going to make it to the mountains. Let's keep the mission stuff out so I can see it. I'm getting a little bit of heat damage. Something exploded. I'm guessing that was the fins. Yeah, we lost 2 of our fins. We will make the height, but I'm not sure if we'll make the speed. I can't necessarily tell if we're above the mountains just yet. I think this is our center. We're getting close to it. I think I might have arched down too far. I think we might have wanted to stay at 70 or maybe even 80. Because now we're going past the mountains, I think. So now I just need to hope that when we come back down, we meet the speed. Don't know if we need to do these, but I'm going to do them just in case. 0 science in that, okay. And 9 science, okay, we're keeping that. EVA. Eight science with that. So you said space to let go, and then... I'm scrolling through chat because I don't remember what the second button was. R to activate jetpack. Space. R. Well, that's cool. I have a feeling that this is going to be the death of Kerbal. How do I... Oh, just F to grab. Gotcha. Oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. I pressed the wrong button. How do I go up? That's going down. There we go. Help! Help! I can't see chat. I need to get close to it and then press F, right? B. Just press B. Where's the thing? Do I need to be near the ladder? Oh, that's down. I want to go up. I'm not used to this control. I haven't did it before. And up. No, that's down. Oh! This was not done effectively. We might want to restart because I can't see chat right now. I'm just gonna restart it. That went all the way to the launch pad. I didn't mean to go that far. Let me catch up on chat. Shift for up, control for down. Yeah, I kept pressing the wrong buttons. Shift! Whose bright idea was it to take off a spacewalk? I can save mid-flight? I didn't think of doing that. I mean, that makes sense, but I just didn't think of doing it. C helps and then Kerbal turns away from camera. Okay. I think I might want to try and wait on flying until we get into like an orbit. I think that might be the better idea. This time I'm going to do the first rocket straight up and then rotate. Nah, let's go to 80 instead. See if this will make me land closer to the mountain range. Start the other rocket. There we go. The only thing I'm concerned about is that we get heat damage. We get up high enough. No signs from that reset. Yeah, there's the heat damage. So I don't know if we're too fast or too slow. I am not sure. I'm hoping that if I don't detach it, that we'll be able to make the speed on our descent. Because we definitely make the height for it. That's still no signs. Do you get anything new? You do. Keep that. And this time, we're just going to put you right back inside. Because I'm not ready for space travel yet. Or moonwalk. We don't have any fins now. And we'll burn longer, so we'll have more speed on descent. What's the required speed? Between 200 and 380. 210, 370, I mean. I should be able to make that. Now I'm going to assume that I have very little movement adjustment. Actually, our SAS isn't on. I'm going to try to go straight into the yellow. We're much yeah, we're definitely faster than it going up. I'm hoping the descent will match the requirements. Or does this not count as fly? Well, right now we're kind of orbiting. Just making sure. We're going to completely miss the mountain. No, we're going in the mountains. So we're still on our ascent. I'm hoping this area counts as the mountain. If not, I need to land on that. Either way, I'm going to speed up just a little bit. Slow down now. Because I want to be in this view as we're going down. Surprisingly, I still have a little bit of movement. Now, it seems like this doesn't count as flying. I don't know if it's just the height we're at. Means that we're more floating than flying. I'm pretty sure that the rocket has to be deployed for it to be flying. No, we're flying now, never mind. Hopefully we get up to the speed for this. We're almost within the altitude. There's a Metapod in chat. I want to hopefully be able to catch that in a moment. And we're out of the height. So we're not at the speed. I think I need to do what you guys were suggesting and reduce my thrust. Let's try to get this instead. We have one. We don't have the speed on the other one, though. I'm going to deploy to try and at least save Jebediah. I don't think I saved Jebediah. Too fast on the way up will likely be too fast on the way down. That, okay. So yeah, Jebediah did make that one. Let's go into vehicle assembly, and we'll change the rocket. Usually I had the parachute deployed beforehand, and I guess going down it doesn't deploy correctly. Are you guys suggesting 70? Or am I misreading? And I forgot to do Metapod. What do you guys think I should set the thruster to? I'd put it at 75 just to see if that would work. No, I meant 70 kilometers, but 70% could work. Okay. We'll save this until we get to the point where we actually meet the requirements for the science stuff, and then I'll stop saving it as this one specific thing. 50% is a good guesstimate. Okay. So we didn't make it to the mountain, so we're going to keep trying to do it. Do the EVA now. Save that. I'm going to make sure that the temperature is done. Go back inside. That is done. I know the goo is done for sure. And you guys said that I could save now. If I save game, it saves at this point. I'm gonna sit. I'll just do a quick save there. SAS. Start. 80 seemed to be the perfect spot to make the mountain. So I'm gonna do that again. Open this up so I can see. Change stages. Oh, I could do F5 and F9? Okay. So we're not going too fast within that space. But we're also not at the height yet, so we might slow down at the right time. There's our heat damage on the fins. And right before they explode, we slow down enough. Turn on thrust or fuel. I just want to know if we make the speed while at the height. That's the height, and the speed's not there. How do I see my current speed? I'm assuming there's a thing that tells me my current speed, but I don't know where it is. I don't know what that does. Above nav ball. Oops, didn't mean to close it. Oh, I'm dumb. I didn't realize this was the speed. Okay, so we were too fast at this point, so we're probably going to be too fast going down, like you guys said. I'm going to do the stuff here just to make sure that we have the experiments. I think we did this already before, but since we're still getting some science from it, I'll do it again. Let's log some from here. And then go back inside. There's so much in this game. There is. When I did this 2 days ago, I did it in sandbox mode and kind of overloaded myself with all the things to try and learn right away. I feel a little bit better now, because there's less to learn in the same amount of time. So I feel like I'm learning more of the game now than I did 2 days ago on Wednesday. I mean, in the span of, what, a whole hour, I got a lot. The tutorials did help with how to build and how to fly, but aside from that, I knew nothing of how to actually create the rockets. It does bring me up to the moon in 3 different missions. I just, we tried doing the mission, I couldn't understand at that point, so I think if we do it in portions, rather than the mission or the tutorial. Like, if we do it in here, and I just do bits and pieces, like we go orbit around the planet, then we can do an orbit going to the moon and coming back, rather than trying to go from the planet and straight to orbiting around the moon. I think it'll be easier for me to understand if we do it in bits and pieces. The tutorial kind of made me go straight from here to the moon and orbit the moon. And then I guess would have explained more once we got to that point. What is that? I don't know what that is on the planet, but I kind of want to go to it. Looks like a landing zone to me. Anyway, we should be going down now. We are. Ironically, we're at the right speed now. So, all I'm going to do with this mission is just try to land so we get the science from the mountain range. And then we'll tweak a little bit more. If we had landed the last time, I would have did the science then. But we didn't actually land, we crashed. Let's speed up a little bit. There. We're now almost to the height requirement. We are very fast, though. I'm going to try to get us to our degree point here. We are too fast. I know I could deploy the parachute right now. Why is it not being easily controlled? Oh, because that might help. We'll worry about the rocket later on. I'm going to try to get the parachute to do it, right? should be able to get below the speed. We're about to be at the right altitude. And I slow down to 280. Yes, I can. Look at that. Deploy. There we go. We at least got one thing correctly. And I'm not sure if this counts as the mountain range. I mean, there is mountainous things here. Did you click the C at the top of the C at the top of the screen? No. What did that do? Oh, it changes the height. Okay. Thank you for showing me that. So this is our height above sea level, and this is above whatever we're land-wise, what we're above. Okay, then I can turn down the parachute. Because I only had the parachute up at the 5,000 meter limit because I didn't know that this was a thing. I thought it had to be on sea level. Okay, we're gonna fast forward until we land. We're gonna do our science stuff over here, and then we'll reset. Or should we check to see what science stuff we can unlock? I think we'll try to do this contract before we do another science unlock. Because we should have the stuff to do that. Touchdown. Get our temperature. Get our goo on this one. Get that. And cover vessel. I forgot to do the EVA. I don't feel like reloading. We'll do EVA at some point. I kind of want to just focus on the goo and the temperature for right now, and then we can go back with the EVA. Because we can land in different spots, and I want to get a rocket that's more easily controlled. So that we can go distances. I mean, we do have the wheel is unlocked. So we could make more of a plane right now. And try to do the transport stuff. Because we can take another mission right now. I do want to upgrade this so I can do more than one mission. Or more than 2 missions. But I think for right now it might be better for me to focus on just 2 missions at a time. Let's see what other mission we have. We can do another rocket, I think. Yeah, this is two tours safely to a destination and back. That would be better with a plane more than a rocket. We don't have this Mark II parachute, I don't think. No, that's the radar mount. We do have that. We could do the decoupler. I'll add that to us because we had the decoupler already connected. And this is... Oh, I have to test the decoupler at that height. Which is before the hammer. But we should be at the speed for that. Nah, I'm gonna not worry about the decoupler until we get into the next rocket. We'll focus on this first. Let's go into a rocket and turn it down a little bit on its thrust. That was this one. Turn down to 50 since someone said that might be a good estimate. Save that. Go into launch. All we're worried about right now is getting the rocket thing completed. I'm not going to do much science aside from that. We could try to aim somewhere else, though, if I look at the map. You're tired from the pronunciation of decoupler. Well, how do you guys pronounce it? Decoupler? That was going off of the word coop. C-O-U-P. It's based on couple. Decoupler. Ah, okay. So instead of saying coop, it's cup. Okay. I don't necessarily know where to land next. I mean, this is a different color than the grass, so it probably is a different biome. That seems a little far for me to try and hit, although I probably can hit it. Yeah, I thought I just did the mountain biome, but I don't know where to look for the biome thing since I don't have that satellite unlocked. I'd rather do the satellite first before I worry about making sure I'm hitting the right biome. Just go up and you orbit rockets later. That's fair. Alright. Oh, that's RCS. SAS. Straight up. I did Highlands biome. And the other tab, R&D. Okay. So we do still have one more decoupler. As long as we don't go too fast before this point. We're definitely too fast now. I don't know what just exploded. I don't see anything different. We are going too fast for the fins. Maybe not. Less fast, less thrust, or shorter burn. I mean, we didn't get to the height yet, so we might slow down enough for this. We're still counted as flying. No, we didn't make the speed before the height limit. Let's see if we can make this the decoupler. I'm gonna speed up so we're not just sitting here looking at this. We're only going straight up and straight down. You need to be faster. We got to the right height, but going too fast. So I think I need to go slower at the point. What if I just do the hammer full send, but then take off the other engine, the other rocket? That might help us taking off the other rocket. I'm gonna test it out, and then we'll revert back to this. So when we go back to the VAB, I'm not gonna save it. We'll just test out that rocket and then save later on. I need to be below 20,000 or 29 kilometers, but also going more than 1,000. There's our speed. I didn't deploy that right. We're not making this. Yep, I saw that coming. I was too focused on looking at this to notice our height. So, since we didn't make either one, Jeb is okay. I think. If I just take this off. Also the decoupler. Let's just test this rocket. I didn't change the throttle, so hopefully this might make us end our speed and slow down before we get to the height. And then if we are able to, we'll try and do the decoupler. We might not make the height, but I think we'll get close to it. So now we're definitely going still too fast right now, but we should slow down enough. If I switch to this, it'll actually tell us. We are still going to make the height. Just do we slow down enough before we get to 52 kilometers. We're getting close to the first limit. We're not as slow as I'd like to be at this point. I think we still need to go slower. With less thrust, I mean. Because we are only at 680 by the time we leave that. Let's go back. And I'm going to turn this down to 40. Because we are relatively close to the right spot. Strut up. We still are probably going to go too fast, but that's fine, as long as we slow down at that point. Just checking to make sure that we can make the height. Yeah, we're definitely going to make the height. That already went past the first portion. And past the second portion, so we're fine. As long as we slow down. I'm gonna speed up just a little bit. Because I want to be able to see the exact number when we get to 52 kilometers. We might want to go down to 25. Because going down to 40 on our thrust only brought us down maybe 100. Let me check in chat a little bit. Or sideways can also do that, but I do think you have to activate a hammer at the speed and altitude. That's true. Oh, that means this has to be... Alright, so what I'm going to do, because you do make a point saying that I have to activate the engine at the correct spot, I'm going to get this engine working at this height to get all the checks, and then we'll add a second engine above this to activate at this height. I don't think we go to the correct speed for the decoupler, though. We can't test the decoupler. We maxed out our speed at, I think, 700 meters per second. It's a haul contract. You don't need to stage in the conditions. Okay, I forgot it's a haul. Decoupler is test, though. So decoupler has to be activated at the correct stops. I'm going to see if we get up to the correct speed for the decoupler. If it does, we'll try and do it correctly. I could turn the rocket downwards and that would speed us up to that point. But if we can make the speed within that height, that'll be better. I wasn't paying attention to our speed when we were getting up to this point. I know we get close to 700 meters per second. That's what we were when we got to 45 kilometers. I was going to speed it up, but we're almost to that height. We're close. We might be able to do the decoupler. Turn the rocket downward. No, we didn't make the speed for it. I'm just going to disembark that. Turn this upwards to slow us down a little bit. Did we turn this down? We did, okay. So I have the parachute deployed. It'll go off eventually. It should be fully deployed, which it is. What exploded? I didn't even see it fall. The rocket. You know, we didn't do either of these, so I don't think I actually need to land. I think I am going to take a quick bathroom break, because I have been drinking a lot of my water. So I will be back in a little bit, and we will do the test later. I think I'm going to set this up first. I'm going to bring it down to 25, and then we'll take the break. So I'll set it here so I know where we're going, and then I'll be back in a little bit. We also have special guest Tori, who was begging for the snacks that I was eating. I think all we were doing is testing out the next thrust. Let's see if we make it at the right speed going all the way there. Now this is very slow. So I'm going to speed it up to get us up there. Are we going to make the height? It actually doesn't look like we're going to make the height. We're going to need more than 25. I am at the correct height for this, though. If we had the right speed for it, that would have been better. I feel like there's something crawling on my ear. Anyway, since we're not going to make the height, we're about to actually go back down. Let's revert. Have you unlocked liquid fuel rockets already? I have. I was just trying to do it with one rocket. So I will try it at 30, and then we'll try adding the liquid rockets so we can slowly increase how much speed we're getting. And of course I'm going to speed up so we can get the speed quicker. I know they are easier. I was trying to avoid them for the mission itself. Even though I don't have to. What height are we going to get on this? Passed it. Awesome. Or within it, I mean. We should definitely get this, unless our speed is too slow by the time we get to 45 kilometers. Speed it up a little. And there it goes. We finished the one contract. And I highly doubt we are going to be able to do the second contract. We are at the right height, well, we're above the right height, I mean. But I don't think we can get up to the speed, even if I go downwards. Get a complete nosedive. I'm hoping this will gain us a little bit more speed. And I have to keep the decoupler for that height, at least. When we get to 25 kilometers, I'm going to break off the engine and swing us back around so we slow down. Has it always been this quiet? I thought there was music going on here. Gonna speed up. Gotta go to a work thing. Have a great rest of the stream. Catch you later. Be safe, Chubb. Thanks for stopping in, Regus. We might actually get to the right speed. We're at 29. We're almost at 25 kilometers, though. And we're only at 600 meters per second. So I'm just going to break that off. Flip this back over. So that we don't make an outrageous descent. And I'm going to speed us up. There goes the rocket. And there it goes again. I didn't see where it landed. I think with the decoupler, I might throttle this rocket all the way back up again. And then just cruise through this. We didn't get too much science. I wasn't really too concerned about that. I was more concerned about the mission. Test heat shield at the launch site? Okay. These are all observation things. I don't think we're ready for that. We do still have one more engine. So I'll add that to the next thing. I'm gonna save this as Aqua Hop. And then we're gonna redo this. So we need... I already forget. Bumper. And it just has to get us to that orbit. Suborbital trajectory. Oh, there's a Luxray in chat. Okay, so what I'm gonna do instead is we're gonna go back and change... We're gonna go back and change our missions. Which I think puts them in the archive, unfortunately. Where it's going to say it's uncompleted. Could just upgrade the building so I can have more than one. I'm going to upgrade the building. So that I can get this one and this one. Could probably do the heat shield as well. And this I think is going to be too much for me to worry about right now. But we'll look at that later. Now, look at these. I forget where the heat shield there it is. They want us to test this one. I don't want the decoupler before the heat shield. Put it right after. That's set up right? I think it is. Come on, zoom out. There we go. Okay, and then for our engines, they want us to use a thumper, they want us to use a swivel. Radial mount parachute. Mark II-R. What's the difference between the blue and the red? Oh, they have different names. So they're gonna probably want us to do this one specifically. I'm gonna just put one on for now. No, let's double it up since we have the space for it, I think. I'm gonna put it on this side so I can see where the thermometers are. Blue is on land. Red is slow down. Okay. We'll still keep the other one on. And I want them to pretty much deploy whenever. In flight over Kerbal. And then this one is the decoupler, which is right here. Thumper is suborbital. Swivel is also suborbital. Oh, they're both. Okay. We're just going to make a rocket that I can control better with its speed. What is this, by the way? Navigation light? Craft use navigation lights to make it easier to defend them at night to tell an observer which side of the craft they're seeing. Red goes on, or... I don't think I need to worry about any of that. What I do need to worry about is getting our fuel. Does it matter which one we need? It's chock full of jet fuel, not as resistant as its counterparts, but jet fuel is more efficient than other fuels without mentioning lighter. I mean, the Mark 0 is the lightest out of the three options we have. The Mark 1 just holds more fuel, so it's heavier. I manufacturer Jebediah Kerman's Junkyard and Spacecrafts Company. It's funny. In the typical application, drag chutes slow you down enough for main chutes to work. So what I'm thinking is that I'm going to do the main chute and then slow us down to whatever we need for the other chute. And these will be on a different different stage. So if I go like this, first I need these down here, and then move that here. Actually, I wanted it the other way. So guys, I want this one. I don't like this, so that the top chute goes first, and then I can deploy those chutes. So I am just going to use these for now. And only because I did it in the tutorial, I'm going to do 5. And then we can just not use them if we don't need them. Then we have a lot of things here. I am thinking we just use the basic fin. Although, what are the others like? They do hold up to a better temperature, it seems. That's a tail fin. Would any of these work for us? They're all kind of large because they're meant for an actual rocket. So let's go with basic fins for now. And I want at least 3. Nah, we'll do 4. Just because I can. Alright, let's see how this does. I'm gonna call this... Well, I'm not sure how to spell pseudo, actually. I think it's PS? I think that's pseudo? Type me in chat to see if I spelled it right. I did not. It is not S-U-D-O. There's an E. P-S-E-U. Okay. What's pseudo-orbit? Because we're not going in orbit, we're not going in lower orbit, we're just going somewhere nearby. Launch that. I'm going to take a look at all of our missions before we go off. I forgot that the heat shield is tested here at the launch site. Okay, we'll look at that later on. We're going to ignore the 2 engines because they want to be suborbital. All I need to worry about is the decoupler, radio mount parachute. Oh, our top parachute's not going to deploy at this height. Alright, I'm gonna worry about the decoupler first, and then we'll see what the next stuff does. But for right now, I'm gonna do 2/3, and let's go straight up and see how we go. Hopefully we get up to the right speed. We might run out of fuel first. And we're about to run out of fuel, but we might actually make the 2 speeds. Because we're almost to this height. That we definitely slow down. And we're at the height, we're not at the speed. Okay, I have an idea for that. I'm gonna revert. Make a slightly different rocket. Still want you on 4. I want 2 now, please. What I'm gonna do is put 2 of the small engines on the side. Just for aerodynamics, we'll put this on top. Okay, I'm not sure how to do the heat shield. With our current rocket, at least. So for now, I'm just gonna reorientate this stuff. We have these engines first, then then this one, then the decoupler. We have a main parachute, and then the 2 on the sides, which they're gonna have to change at some point as well. So let's see if we can get to this one. Or just the decoupler. First engines are just to burn through fuel. Whoa, why didn't it I didn't put the thrusters up. I just went through an extra stage by accident thinking that the engines weren't working. Let's do that. So that it's ready for the next run. There we go. We will make the height, we just need to make the speed. We're definitely gonna make the height. Our speed is maybe not as high as it needs to be. No, we're gonna make it. No, we're not. We went too high before we got to the right speed. Right, one more time. With the same spacecraft. But this time, I'm going to put up the throttle a little bit less. Because we were really close to it. Forgot to put SAS on. There's a Hisuian Zorua in chat if anyone wants to try and catch it. I think because we're not going straight up, this might not work as well as the last time. We're almost at the first height. We're nowhere near the speed, though. And we just passed the second height. So what is different? Oh, I needed to go past throttle, not less throttle. I went the wrong way on the throttle thing. We want to go that way. One more time. I'm gonna try to get the rocket straight up again. It didn't really rotate. Oh well, I'm gonna leave it that way. Can I move these? No. Is that another planet? A little speck in the sky? I don't see any stars yet. Alright, we made it. So I tested it, but because the rocket was still blowing, it still pushes out a little bit. That's all that happened. And now I have to attempt to do this one. Is there a way to slow us down from out here? I don't think so. So I'm going to do fast speed. Since you're still burning your engine and gaining speed past your limit, you could also drop back higher speed. Congrats. Thank you. Okay, now we're in space, so I'm going to do the fastest warp that I can do at the point. And then we need to get from 14 kilometers and hopefully less than 250 meters. There is, if you have fuel, turn your motor towards where you're flying and burn. Oh, turn backwards. Slows me down, yeah. Can't set off the first parachute now, so that we at least survive the landing. Our heat shield is working for us. I don't know what all those explosions were for. We were too fast coming back when we got to the right height, so we're gonna have to work on that to try and get the radial mount parachute to work. I think maybe I'll just make a smaller rocket. We'll do one of the solid ones. Let's just fast forward through this. Our parachutes should go off now. Don't really need to apply the other two parachutes. I'm going to avoid them for right now. But we at least got one thing done. I don't think I can recover this right now. Yeah, not even letting me see the Space Center. And touchdown. We should have got a tiny amount of science for completing the one mission. Did it just say I got 0 science from that? Are there any other new things? All heat shield into flight. That's the one that I wanted beforehand. So we'll add that and we'll do both heat shields now. Go in our vehicle. I'm gonna take a look at these. So to hold a heat shield we could do right now, because we do get up to this altitude as far as I know. This one is test at launch site though. I want just the heat shield. Can I even put the heat shield on a stage? How do I test it? I'm gonna take these off right now. Click it during flight. Okay. And also, this is a different size heat shield. That is this one. Which is a very small heat shield, so we're gonna put that on top. I guess that helps if we're going downwards into re-entry. So I'm glad I noticed the number was different. And then radial mount parachute. Why is that decoupler moved? Maybe 1 second while I move these around again. Don't know what happened with the stages. I think what I want is to use the same rocket without these. So that I can do the parachute one at a certain height, doing a certain speed. And then we rotate these. So that these go off first. This is just test. This is haul into flight at a certain height, so we might not make that height. We'll have to do a different thing for that heat shield. But we should be okay with just using this to do the larger heat shield. And then the parachutes, hopefully. I just zoom into this and we right-click it. Oh, yeah, look at that. Run test. That should have completed the first thing already. Awesome. And then radial mount parachute. 11 to 14 kilometers and 160 to 250 meters per second. I switch to this and we the throttle at 2/3. At some point, I'm going to turn it off. This says we're getting to 1 kilometer. Oh, I forgot to turn SAS on this whole time. We need 11 kilometers to 14, so if I turn it off right now... And then we'll just slowly keep our speed. Trying to get our speed to stay above 160. That's staying a little bit better.
And we have to test it, which means I have to go like this. There we go. There's the 2 parachutes. Our rocket, for some reason, is still connected to us, so let me just spin us around. I thought that would shake it off, but apparently not. There it goes. Hopefully it doesn't hit us on the way down. We can jettison the heat shield? I just noticed that button's there. Okay, let's do the last stage just so that the other parachute pops out eventually. I didn't know you could jettison the heat shield, that's cool. I'm probably not going to do that at any point, but it might come in handy at some point later on knowing that we can jettison things. It helps to reduce weights. Gotcha. See, I had a feeling there would be a better reason to have it. I can't tell if they're fully deployed or not. I think they are. Though it sometimes is a good buffer. Okay. So now what we're going to try and do is suborbital flight. And they have different heights here. So we're going to need 2 different rockets for this. No, we don't. It says test. That's the little blue button, right? That one doesn't have it anymore. That doesn't have it either. Okay. So I just have to test it when we're at that height. That makes this a little bit easier. We don't have to be in suborbital thing. Test is clicking it, can use it before. Okay. And then this is 1,000 meters per second at 47 kilometers to 52. A lot less than these 2 things. So that should get done trying to do these. Clicking or keep it in storage, your choice, or add it to the top of your rocket. What do you mean? Add it to the top of your rocket. What are we talking about? The rockets here? I'm probably not going to use the radial parachutes anymore after this. I just wanted it to do that. Anyway, let's recover the vessel. It looks like Willow rated out. We earned 0.1 science for doing this. Okay. Let's look at our research. See if there's anything we could unlock that would help us. We're almost at basic science there. Can't do that, can't do that. Could do general rocketry. Which gives us the thumper, larger fuel tank, and a reliant liquid fuel engine. It also gets us closer to the advanced rocketry. We're just taking a look at different things around the... These are different types of fuels. This is something I kind of want. That's probably a larger decoupler. That's our strut. Launch stability enhancer. And the crew cabin. So that's probably needed for the thing that I was trying to do with aviation. Do I just get general rocketry? Or do I think I'm gonna wait. Okay. Go back in here. We don't need these anymore. We have the heat shield, that's just a hull thing. So let's try and build a rocket that would go into suborbital. So, thumpers are these large ones. And I'm thinking we just put them on the side. And see what happens. Of course, going to put these on top, just in case. And this one's obviously going to be called suborbit. Anything get in the way of anything else? Doesn't seem like anything would be interacting. Unable to launch. Vessel's heavier at 18 tons. So we need to lose weight with something. We need that top heat shield. We don't need a bottom heat shield. We could just take off some of the fuel. If I just take off one. Is this enough to at least launch it? Or I can upgrade the launch pad, that's true. I'm gonna try with this rocket first and see if we can even get to it. That needs even less weight taken off. Or more weight, I mean. So instead, I'm gonna add it back in. Save it again. We're gonna leave. Upgrade the launch pad if I have the things for it. I think I do. Yes, I do. And there was something else I wanted to upgrade. Oh, that's just the rockets thing. I don't have to worry about that just yet. Let's try this rocket. Ooh, our launch pad is a little bit different. Has an actual ramp getting up here, that's cute. Okay, so suborbital. I just need to get to one of these heights. New one. I am going to turn the booster up to here. Did I set up these right? I did, okay. Not sure if this is going to work for orbits yet. It's just a test. It's a little hard to turn. It's actually very hard to turn. All upgrades have different graphics. That's nice. Okay, this did not get our rockets up high enough. So we're not going to be able to do the thumper. We'll do the swivel rocket. I'm going to try to stop it when we get to this height. Suborbital trajectory, though. Checking my height down here, but I also want to get to the suborbit thing. Alright, that's 230. And if I go sideways, it should mean that I'm in suborbit. Oh, that's the right trajectory. We just have to get to the right height. Just gonna go down now that we're... That's what I'm doing now. I've been paying attention to the max height. We just have to wait for this height to get to the correct number. We are going to go up to almost 500 kilometers above the planet, though. So I might have wanted to keep some of the fuel so we can go down a little bit more. If both are above 70, you'll be in orbit. Most efficient is indeed to fire near max height. Okay. I'm just waiting for this to match the numbers. Could indeed stop firing way before it climbed up the fire. Yeah, I didn't think of that ahead of time. I was more focused on the angle we were going to make sure that we were in the suborbital trajectory. And then I realized that the number went up to 483. Let's fast forward. I went too far. So what I'm going to do is look at this for now. And stop here. No, I went too far. Well, that didn't end right. I thought I clicked on the button to slow it down quick enough, but I didn't. Right, we're going to redo this. Then wait for it to fire, then pull up your lowest point. This rocket should be able to get you in orbit. There's a shortcut tool for a period. I'll take a look at it in a little bit. Let's get the next thing ready. I'm going to put the SAS on now. See that? And we're going to try this one more time. Immediately turn us to 70. Because I know that the two rockets that are firing right now aren't going to make it up there. I could just not use the decouplers until this stage. That way we'd still get both rockets up there. I'm gonna do that just to see if we can do it. Now we got the next rocket going. Just checking our altitude on the bottom left. If I start turning us now, should kind of suborbital trajectory. Although we're not getting altitude fast enough, so let's keep it going up more. We need to test the swivel at 230 kilometers. So I don't think we're getting the thumpers. I just realized our engine. And we're not going to make that altitude. So I need to go straight up more. I went sideways too early. What do you mean by 75 to 80? You mean the direction on the swivel? Okay. To go to orbit. Well, you want to go up, not orbital. But we're not trying to go into orbit, suborbit. I put these up here. This should be right, I hope. One more time. Put us on 75. And then I'll turn us sideways, I think, when we get closer to the height. That's the first engines. Here's the second engine. Need to make sure that we get up to 260. And then I just have to watch our height to do this one. So I'm going to start turning now because I think we're gaining a little too much height. There's 260. We're going to make it all the way up to 270 with these. Now we just have to wait for this right height. I just do it a little bit faster. Slow it down. Oh, I went too fast. Okay. We'll have to do the swivel when we come back down. But I should be able to do this one. I'm gonna get ready for it. We're gonna go up to 270 and then come back down, so we're not too far away from the height. And since I put these on the same stage, I have to wait until this gets done. That's enough for this one. So that's completely done. Now we just have to wait for our descent. Click on the swivel so I have that opened. We do still have a little bit of fuel left in the swivel to make this a faster descent if we need to. I'm waiting it out since we're close to 270. I don't want to speed it up and then go past it again. Probably could do just a tiny bit of speed. Maybe I can manage to speed a little bit better? And it's a small window, so if I stop the speed up now, I'll be able to see when it gets to 240. And there's the second one. Fuel to retro burn to slow your entrance. That's what I'm thinking. To keep it, because I want to try and do this one, but that's a lot of speed. And I'm getting a lot of Discord noises. Give me 1 second. Apparently I'm not getting a lot of Discord noises. I would be safe without it too. That's true. I want to attempt to do this. I'm not sure if we'll be able to. I think that's the wrong thing. I want to go this way more. To the yellow icon, not the blue icon. Because we should be falling this direction now. We apparently have the speed now. We just have to get to that altitude. I'm gonna speed up a little bit because we're actually a far distance away from the height limit. Okay, we're getting close to the top part. And it looks like we're going too fast. So if I turn the rockets on now... That was not what I meant to do. I meant to hit Z, not space. Alright, well, we'll do this afterwards. What is that? We passed something on our descent. It is going to be a successful landing, but I accidentally hit spacebar and detached the engines. I meant to press Z and do max throttle to slow us down so we could do the heat shield thing. But that's okay. Ah, you said it too. Alright, let's speed up until we make the landing. That wasn't too bad. I was worried about trying to get these done, but since it was test, I thought that was not too bad. And something else just exploded, so that must have been the thing we passed on the way down. Don't forget your science, Ava. I didn't put the goo on here. But we did the ocean already. So I think the goo is fine. We should have did the temperature out here already. I don't think we did the Ava, though. And it looks like I can't do Eva while in the water. So we'll do that next time. Let's recover. See what we did. We got a whole 0 science from that. Normally you can, but okay, maybe something blocks it. I guess. I don't know for sure. Alright. Take a look at our missions, see if there's anything else. Now, this focus conduct temperature survey is the same thing as this, but with the temperature thing. We do have this to test another chute. And this for another decoupler. These are fairy things in an orbit. So I'll add these two. Whether or not we do them, I have no idea. And then we should probably try and do some of these. See the stars 1 through 3, that's the challenge rate for your tech. Yeah. Oh, maybe I did put a component on the door. No, I took everything off. I'm not sure. A little weird. Alright, let's go in here and see what we need to change the rocket with. I think for the heat shield, all we need is really the first rocket. I don't think we need the other two. For the heat shield here yet. Yeah, we just need to have our speed. Test this decoupler on an escape trajectory. Didn't realize that before I clicked on it. What counts as a... And I'm hearing Discord again. I just mute that for 3 hours. I won't be hearing the noise go off every 5 seconds. Well, this will probably be easy to get to. Let's look at that chute. It's in here, right? Yeah, it's this one. Keep forgetting that the zoom in is different here. Like the name says, escape Kerbin's sphere of influence. So I have to go all the way out past the gravity point and then rotate back and then come back in. So we'll see how we can do on escaping the trajectory. I don't think we're going to be able to do it with this rocket specifically, but I'll keep everything connected just in case we can. That has to be a certain speed. So I think for first thing I'm going to do is nope, just shoot off to beyond Minimus. That's the second thing, right? Out of the lowest point of our orbit, I guess it would be. I think I'm going to focus on this one first, because we just have to get to a speed at a certain height. And we just have to bring the heat shield to that point. Unable to launch. Current reports which are not available at the moment. What? How are these experimental? Oh, the engines are gone. Are they a one-time use? Just tested them. Ah. I go out for a second. I thought I had them because there was a lot to build with them. Just want to see where they are. So they are right here. We could unlock this and use it again. Or I could try a different sort of thing. Let's see what this rocket can currently do for us. I'm going to leave the decouplers on there just in case. But they're going to go up here with these. And then... this. I have to haul the chute up there. I don't have to use it. These are both hauls. Okay, so we might do this one on our way up to this. We do have to get to 260 meters per second before we get to 1,000 altitude. It might be a little bit difficult to do without extra boosters. Let's try what we have, see if it does it. I don't think it's going to be able to do any of them, but not, it might. So yes, I'm going to do full throttle just to try and meet that speed here. We also need a lot of speed for the heat shield, but I don't know if we're going to be able to get to the altitude with this. We probably will, but I'm not sure. So we made the radio mount, that's nice, cool. I was gonna say nice and then I said cool. The only thing I'm worried about is I don't think we're gonna make it up to here. We might. We're definitely gonna make the height at least, but the speed. I turn off for a second here. Oh, I didn't realize we're almost out of fuel already. We're probably not gonna make the speed. think if I just put more fuel on the rocket, we'll be able to get the speed while being up here. Because we're very slow at this point, so that's not too bad. I'm going to decouple after I turn. But hopefully the rocket goes off in a different way. While falling back or going more sideways. I don't know what you mean by that. What you're talking about. Like, not how I wanted to word that. Do you mean for the heat shield I should go sideways more? When boosting? Or do you think I'll get up to the speed while falling back? Because you weigh more. So with same engine, you would have less speed. Not going up. Oh, and either of those two things. Okay. Well, hopefully we can get up to this on our way back down. We're almost close to the top. We have more time to go up there, some more thrust, add speed again there. The issue is I didn't have enough thrust to get us up to the speed. I think I need at least one more fuel thing. Because I was on max throttle the entire time coming up, and I don't think we made the speed. Keep burning up when you pass the point too slow, then you have a higher speed when coming down. And burn past works. That's what I'm going to try to do. Unless we get the speed coming down. I don't know if the weight would have helped me at all, but I don't think it would have. No, I want more speed. I want to be on this yellow circle. Where do we have to be? 52 kilometers. AFK for 30 minutes. Good luck and have fun. Thank you. I will try. No, we're not going to make the speed on the descent. We're only halfway there. We're almost already at the height limit. And there's the first height. And there's the second height, so now it's back. Okay, we're just going to play this to try and get them to land. If I do that, the parachutes will deploy at some point later on. So what I'm going to do is put us in the blue. There's the first parachute we didn't actually need to deploy. The second one should be anytime soon. Okay, while that's going off, why am I still here? Oh, Jaretha. Okay. And Willow rated out, so I am going to close that out. I heard more explosions. I don't think we're in trouble. Nope, we're not. Every time I tab out, I don't see the game at all, so I was hoping when I click back in, it would be fine. And touchdown. So what I'm going to do here... EVA unavailable. Good luck, Gino. Where is the door? This is the door right here. But this guy should be able to get out. It says EVA unavailable. Weird. Anyway. Travel vessel. Zero signs from that, that's fine. Alright, go back in here. Add a whole one more fuel cell. Put this back on. We can get rid of this. Nope. I want just that. There we go. And we just need to get this small heat shield for that height. Nice job, Gino. Alright. Let's play with this one. Might need more water before we read out. Max throttle. That's not the right button. That's not the right button either. There we go. Click this on. Click this so I can see our max height. And we need to get to 47,000 at 1,000 meters per second. So hopefully this gets us there. I'm going to cut the engines off when we reach the speed. And then we won't worry about the height. I forgot to turn SAS on that whole time. Luckily, we're going straight up. We're almost... There we go. Now we're at speed. Turn that off a little bit. Oh, that's all of our fuel. So hopefully we don't slow down too much and we get to 47,000. No, we're not making the speed. It's going to be cutting close, but I'm not sure. We did it! Awesome! Okay. Now what do we do? Because I don't know how to escape trajectory. Oh, apparently we got some extra signs. Okay, how high are we going up to? 115 and then back down. Let's speed this up a little bit. Slow it down. I'm going to rotate us so that I can decouple and actually get away from the rocket engine. If I decouple now, there we go. Turn us back the right way that we need to be. Apply the parachute and speed us up. And at some point, a parachute's going to go, and then that rocket's going to fly past us. I didn't see the explosion. I heard the explosion. Alright. That's this one done. Currently gained 0 science from that, but somehow we have 61 science. I don't know what gave us science for that. Take a look at our mission, see if there's anything else better now. Test a new decoupler in flight over Kerbin. And then everything else is survey or Taurus. So of course grab this. Go back in here. It said in flight, so I don't think we have to go to a certain height. Oh, it does need to be at a certain height. And it's a test. Oh, that's the decouplers we already have. Okay. And then the 25 is this large one. Which looks funny there. So I'm going to keep that off until we are able to do an escape trajectory thing. But right now, we're going to do this one because I know we can get up to that point. Launch one more time. And then we'll try to make a plane. I keep this. We need to get between that speed and to that height. I'm pretty sure we make it to that height. So if I just do full throttle, straight up, where do we end up going to? I think last time we went all the way up to 115 kilometers. Oh, and I need to test them. Which I think is just set them off. Okay, we made it to the height requirement. I just have to keep an eye on the speed to make sure that we stay above 460 when we get up to that point. I'm going to do a few bursts of full throttle as we get up closer. We're getting close to our lower speed. We're also getting close to our lower height, so we might not actually even have to use the rest of the throttle. We do have to use them, though. Let me give it a little bit more boost. Stop it. And then... that didn't work. How do we test it? Do I have to do both? Nope, that didn't work either. I don't think I did that right. Let's try this again. And we'll just do the decouple to get up to that point. Why doesn't it say test? It says decouple. And this says test. I do have the right decoupler. Let's try it anyway. Yeah, we're just gonna send it. One more time. That's right, I want this open so I can see our max height so we don't go too high up and have a very long wait time coming back down. There's our lower speed right about now. Looking down here, we need to stay below 63 kilometers. If I cut it right now, we don't make it all the way. There we go. Then we're just keeping an eye on our height. We can't go below 58 kilometers. So we need to make sure that our speed stays above the right height. We should be fine, actually. Looking at our speed and our height, it doesn't seem like our height's going too far down on the left. And we're getting close to 58 kilometers, but we're also a little bit close on our speed. We might need a little boost. We're gonna need a little bit more. That pushes up to 65,000. Okay, we made the height. There we go. I needed to test the decoupler. Okay. So I probably should have put that on a different setting so that we could boost ourselves back down, because now we have to go all the way up to 73,000 just to go back home. I'm just going to fast forward through this. We're about to start our descent. Now we should be descending. And then I can keep us in the fast forward all the way down. I will turn the rocket a little bit to the yellow. Can I do an EVA right now? EVA unavailable. Why am I unavailable to do them? Because there's no science to conduct? I'm not sure. I think it's because we don't have any science-related stuff on here. It won't let him jump out. Oh, that thing just exploded. Okay, recover. We'll see if there's another new mission that's not transportated-wise, and we'll try to do all of them first. Test landing gear at the launch site. We could do that. That's not too easy, too hard to do. Run test. It just needs to be there. There's a run test option. Okay. So that should mean that it's in here somewhere. LY small landing gear. Oh, it's these little guys. That's not too difficult to do. Okay. I am gonna grab this entire guy. Rotate him like this. And then I'm gonna put these on, hopefully, in the orientation that I want them in. Which doesn't seem like it's gonna work out that way. I wanna zoom in, but also stay underneath. So what I want is just one, then. I'm going the wrong way. There's a Geodude in chat, that's Gen 1. See if I can catch it. Now, I don't want these rotated that way. How do I get it to face forward? This one? It's that one. Okay. And it needs to be like this, I guess. You know, if I put them slightly slanted, it might keep them upright. The rocket, I mean, not the wheel itself. And we'll put one there to keep it from tipping forward. Alright, let's see if this is all I actually need. It said test it at the launch site, so I don't know what test would be considered. What do I have to do to test you? Oh, run tests. And that's it. Contract done. Oh, I didn't catch Geodude. That's not right. Okay, is there another test thing, or is everything destination, survey, survey, survey? Okay. 2 temperature surveys though. What's a focused one mean? Okay, so with all the ones that I've been avoiding, everything that's not the orbit Kerbin, you have to go to a certain height and a certain spot on the map. And I was trying to avoid doing them. Like, all of these is, height area, height area, height area. Make a crew report in flight at that point. And then this one is temperature. In 3 different areas. Okay. We might try to do that one first because it gives us 9 science. Suborbital flight. Suborbital flight. Oh, and these are just what the person wants. Okay. So they could do that with their one rocket. That would probably be pretty easy. There's a temperature thing. And these are all suborbital as well. We could do a suborbital destination thing. Oh, we have a lot. How do I know if they're on the ship, though? I don't know how to do that. What we're going to try and do now is make a successful... Okay, they're all completed. I'm going to try to make a successful plane. So we're going to go in the space plane hangar. We're going to attempt to make a plane. I'm going to start with this. And I want to have some passengers. Or a thing that a passenger would be on, and I don't know where it is. Do I not have it unlocked? I might not have it unlocked. You're not what I thought you were. What's a service bay? I don't think the item that I'm looking for has been unlocked yet. So we can put fuel on here. That's not where I wanted you. Whether or not we need fuel, I have no idea, honestly. But now we're gonna do tail connector. Tail fin. Having trouble moving around in here. Oh, I can't move at all. That's fully zoomed out. Okay, that makes this a little bit harder. Why do I need this rotated? Probably like that. That seems about right. But I want you straight up. Seems straight up. And this one I'm gonna rotate. Like that. Difference between these wing connectors. What's type E look like? It's a smaller one. What's this? Looks like a small wing. If I do this, and then these on the end of it, we could just do the wings. Because this is just a test to see if it works. And then underneath, we're gonna want basic jet engine. But I want to put it on the wing if I can. And it's not really snapping to anything. So what does the engine have to be connected to? This? Hold on. If I put you temporarily right there. You went on the back. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Just go on there? Nope. What about this? Nope. I think this actually has to be up here before I can put stuff on it. You're too big. You go on. Okay. We're getting somewhere closer. Which way does this have to be? That's the question. I would assume it has to be this way. That didn't do what I was looking for. Why is it in the wing? That's... I don't want it in the wing. Maybe I want a structural thing? We do with this. Put that there, and then add this to it, maybe? Nope, that puts it inside the structural thing. if I put you there? Hold on a second. Take that off. We go into here. I want this one. Oh, there's a smaller wing. I don't really want the large wing. So now if I put you here, it still goes below it. Or in it. Maybe I want it like this? We're gonna try it like that. Now, wheels. We have fixed landing gears. These are side gears. I just go like that. It should be flat. They're still a little rotated, so if I move it up just a little bit more. I want just the wheel. Why did it rotate? What's going on here? I don't know where I actually need this. Maybe if I look from this angle, I'll be able to tell. Oh, they are upside down that way. That looks correct. It looks flat. And this one is steerable, so I only want one of them. It does look like it's facing the right direction. Okay. I don't like how high up these are, though. Maybe it won't matter. Call this Air Mark 1. Let's test it. I think we'll be on the runway. A very dirt-orientated runway. And it only has one type of rocket. So do I just start going? No. I don't know how to go. Oh, there we go. We're not really moving. Or are we? I think we're too heavy because I added these on it. See if there's something else that's circular that isn't a fuel cell. Is it a fuel cells? I don't want them. Probably do service bays. I'll bring that out just in case. It's heat resistant. Communication. Cargo. Yeah, okay, so what I'm thinking of is not part of this already. I just grab you. And this. Put that down there, I guess. You come here. All this in the trash. And then I'm gonna just Alt-tab these until we can get at least the wing on. Oops. Which seems to not want to connect to these. Doing a weird glitch. So they're not what I want. And I don't think I just want to go like this. Because this seems weird. I could try it. See if this at least flies. See if I can put the wheels back here. And grab this. I don't want the whole thing. Just want the engine. Alright, let's see if this works. Oh! Oh no! Jebediah is still alive. Let's do that again, but not max throttle right away. Because I pressed Z thinking I was pressing shift. If we start the engines. Just a little bit, please. Oh, I hit shift keys. Can't see where we're going. Why are we going off to the side? Okay, let's try it again. I don't know why we're turning right immediately. If I keep pressing this, try and get shift keys open, maybe I can disable this. Sure. Yes, I can. Okay, that should be off. If I go back in here and we just keep pressing shift, I want to make sure the sticky keys doesn't keep popping up. It did keep popping up. How do I turn this off? I know we're probably, maybe we're not. Why? Oh, there it is. Say no to that. Now, if I keep increasing the throttle, sticky keys is no longer on. Alright, let's figure out why we're going right as we're taking off. Give us a little bit of speed here. I think it might be just the ground. Keep going straight. No, no. Up. Hmm. Go back to drawing board. Is these wings here? Tell the plane to go up and down. Welcome back. If you haven't... Oh, the Pokemon's gone first. But also, you have to do Poke Start to begin your journey. Oh, nice! You got a Charmander. Move these a little bit away. A lot of people like Charmander because it turns into Charizard. When the first anime season was coming out, a lot of people went crazy for that specific Pokemon. I am a fan of Bulbasaur, not Charmander though, so that's not my favorite. Maybe if I put 2 of these, it might be a little bit easier to control left and right. I'm gonna try that. Thank you for the redeem for Hydrate. Cheers. Alright, let's see if this works a little bit better. What's the mission? We are not in a mission anymore. I'm just trying to make a spacecraft, not a spacecraft, an airplane. So that we can do the, flying around stuff. Not sure how else to explain it. I'm not, we do have a mission started here, which is escape trajectory, but I'm not doing that per se right now. That's Max Starl, I didn't mean to do that. I do just want to go straight. I don't think I can do that. That was not the bot I wanted. Maybe I need to turn on SAS. Probably would help. To keep me at least going straight. Right now I'm just testing the controls because I don't know how to fly a plane yet. Alright. Would a runway that's not made out of dirt be any better? Probably. It would, yeah. I'm guessing the dirt road is bumpier. Let's bring you back to the hangar. I'm gonna leave the hangar. And let's see if we can upgrade this at least once. Why are there... Leave vessel. Leave vessel. Don't know why that was there. Also, turning off yaw control for the wing and assigning DJZT to the tail fin helps a lot. I don't know what that means, but we're going to look at it when we go back in. This does max vessel size. I will upgrade it once because it seems relatively cheap. That should help us. Alright, let's go back in. And I'll take a look at these. Tries to roll to compensate for steering jiggle. Okay. First thing you said was yaw control for the wing. I'm guessing you mean this. Did it do it for both? It did. And then... this, I think, is the tail fin. No, it's not. It's this. Now, the second part, I don't know what you mean. TJZT to the tail fin? I don't know what TJZT is. Like, everything... I clicked on the tail fin. Everything's assigned. Oh! Oh, I understood. It took me a minute to realize what happened. Alright. I understand now. Let's save this. Well, these two should be tail fins. Let me switch it out. We could have sworn I picked tail fin. I just made two tail fins, that's all it was. Instead of having one. Oops, didn't mean to click left click on it. I could just do one at this point now, probably. And it automatically has y'all on. Let's try it this way. Why does it look like there's two fins there? Glitching out. Yep. Let's see if this does it more. Because if it's the yaw issue, then I don't need the two tail fins. I thought that was going to help me. Two fins roll the plane. Okay, that explains a little bit more. I don't know how much throttle I'm going to need right away. And it rolled up. Why does it keep turning to the left or right? Because I think I didn't put SAS on to help me. Let's try it with SAS first. Do I get cruising speed? Yeah, but now I'm turning. I don't know why I keep turning. I wasn't pressing any buttons. I'm surprised it's still letting me go. I'm just gonna go full send. Nothing. Wheels not aligned properly? Let's look and see if they are. I have one main wheel for steering. But I put them in on mirror mode. I did, the two back wheels. And they should be flat. Meaning they're not, like, rotated, facing it outwards. Front wheel should be in center. It looks like it is from this angle, at least. But for some reason it pulls to a side and then it's hard to control. Is it because they're not at the same height? Because if we look straight down the back wheels are up a little bit higher because of the sphere here. I could move it forward more. Place it again. Oh, there's a Staravian Chad fan wants one. Let me try moving this wheel up more. Grabbing these wheels. Maybe if I center them up front more. I need to go one more. See, now they're still up high. I think I might be able to move this up further. They kind of look the same height now, but then there's a lot of weight in the back. If I move these back here again. Now they're relatively the same height, so the plane shouldn't be tilting forward or downward or upwards. It might topple. It shouldn't. Motor is pretty heavy. Well, the motor should be in the center at this point. I forget how to turn on center mass. There we go. It should be relatively centered on the wheels now. It does look like the back wheels are still up higher than the front. Oh, well, we're gonna try this one. We changed a little bit. Hopefully this works. We're gonna try it. And you recommended to go full send. I think. Let me just make sure I read your message right. I didn't do anything to the... Yeah, just full throttle will start. So I get to cruising speed. Gotcha. Alright. Turn on the engines. Full throttle. Let's see if we go straight at least. Uh-oh. Throttle down one in there. We were doing better, but we were tipping over. It's like I hit a bump and then it just went on from there. Jebediah Kerman was killed. Oh no. Oh, that's right. The tail fin hit the ground first? Hey, Tori. This? Oh, that's tail connector. Tail fin up top. That hit the ground before anything else did? I don't believe that. We've thrusted. Not sure. I'm just taking a look at it. Anything you suggest, I'm gonna look at it. Can't be it. Damn, I wish I get reports like that. Besieged machines just vibrates and explodes. Well, we're trying. I'm gonna try the other wings that are an option here. I'm gonna turn off these overlays. Let's try this structural wing, see if it does anything differently. Although it looks like it doesn't make any movement, so I'm not sure how this is gonna go. And it's not on mirror. Grab you, put you there. Okay, what if... Take some basic fins and we put them on top of this. Apparently we can't connect into that. Okay. Surprising we can connect into that. I don't think these are directional things. Like, they're not going to tell me which way I'm going. This wing has been constructed out of surplus wing components. Comes complete with like new finish. Made of lightweight composite materials, gray. Guaranteed to generate lift. Not guaranteed to ensure crew safety. That is funny. I'm gonna attempt this and see if it does any better. Try one tail fin? There is only one. We have 2 wings and 1 tail fin. And then this was just the body to get to the back because I don't have any mid pieces. I'm gonna try this. If I didn't save it on purpose, just in case it's not gonna work. Okay, SAS. Start engines. Full throttle. I do have some sideways directional control, but the moment the plane starts turning one direction, I have no control over where it goes. Are brakes off? No. How do I turn brakes off? Is there like a keybind for it, or do I just go like that? Orange button on top. Okay, let's try this one more time. I didn't know that there was a brake for the wheels. That might help. Toggle that off. Hopefully that's off. Rarely use planes, that's okay. Seems like it's always on. It started off with it being not lit up, so if I do this, maybe it'll do something better. Max throttle. See if it just goes in a straight line. It was doing better until it started to wobble. And then I think it fell apart in the same spot. It's like a part of the runway has a bump in it, and then it doesn't like to continue after that. I'm gonna try manually turning the brakes off. Did I use steerable back wheels? I did not. The only steerable thing is the front wheels. And I have no idea why it's going now. I didn't press any buttons to start the engines. So I'm gonna manually turn the brakes off. Oh, apparently one was still on. Let's see if this works a little bit better. Because there's a manhole cover right here, and then it seems like it bumps afterwards and just starts going crazy. Or beforehand. It tried getting lift off. Wheels are slightly tilted inwards, I think. They should be placed more... Are they inwards? I'll try it. Because it looked like they were flat for me, so I'll try moving them up one stage. See if this works. Because I have no idea what to do. We want them there, but not however way they're rotated. Why are they rotated like that? No idea what's going on here. What is going on? Okay. There we go. The only issue is I don't remember where they were placed ahead of time. Do I have 2 wheels on the front? The front wheel's glitching out. I think I have 2 steering wheels. If I go to about here, they should look a little bit spaced out. Yeah, they are. That should be flat. And I am almost 100% sure that this is 2 wheels. Yeah, no, it's not doing that glitch thing. I think that might have been an issue. Whether or not that's the issue that we've been getting, I have no idea. But I am going to make sure that the brakes are off before we start flying. I think it reset it. Me having to take the wheels off and putting them back on. Yeah, I had a feeling. Actually, if I just do this, we'll try it once with doing the toggle. See if that helps. Full throttle. Well, it wasn't that. And one of my headphones is about to die. So now let's try turning off the brakes manually. Did it for both. Let's see if this helps. Okay. SAS, what is SAS? Because I don't know all the technical terms. I forgot to turn that off. Or turn it on, I mean. I forgot about that. I actually didn't know what SAS was. There we go. The brakes should be off. No, they're not. It should at least help me going in a straight line. I'm not sure if it'll help me from teetering. Maybe I need the engines out further on the wing. Maybe the engines are too close to the body. Because they are facing like a V. They're not straight forward. Let me try that. If I go back into here. Because maybe we want... First, take that off. Maybe I want this rotated... Whoop, I didn't mean to do that. Like this. So that the flat portion is up front. I know why it's doing this weird glitch thing. I'll rotate in a minute. I'm just trying to test out what happens when I go further back. It does change the angle of where it points forward. I definitely need the wings somewhere in the center. But I want them... like this. Just not where they are. And the earbud died. Because they're a triangle with a flat side forward. That's what I'm trying to do. I don't think it wants to do that. If I do one of these before I put the wings on, might give me a better spot to put the engines. I don't like how it's facing backwards. relatively flat and not curved in any direction. That better. Then I can add these to it. And see if the engine being straight might help. Worth a try. I think I might have to reset the fins though. Can rotate it independent of snapping to second button at the top with the circle. I will try that in a moment. I want to see if this works first. Can't turn off y'all right now. And I don't know what the heck is going on right here. Engine's on. Full throttle. We might want wheels on the end of the wings to keep it steady. It's starting to go crazy. Oh, we got liftoff at least. I'm gonna add wheels to the wings. What kind of wheels do I think I want 2 of these. Underneath if I can. I don't know why they're going in it. That's too low though. I definitely want something holding up the wings because I think it was making the wings teeter. Because now they're out further. I don't think this would work well with us. What happens when I put on this wheel? Oh, that works. Okay, hold on. Put this back where it was. Grab these. I want these here, but I want it doubled. I don't think it's going to matter exactly where it's orientated, like outwards or inwards. Actually, it would. It would. I want it. Which way do I want this rotated? E? It is E. That's the one I wanted. That should help put the weight out here. Let's see if this helps. And then maybe, or it can offset back wheels. And we are about 30 minutes past the time that I usually rate out. We'll try and see if this works, and then maybe we'll take a break from this, come back to it a different day. We're now apparently going backwards. Not sure why that is, but let's go full send. Turn SAS on. It looks like the back end is bumping a little bit. If I hold down, we have liftoff! Awesome! So what I'm gonna try and do is get over to this runway, even though we don't have to. Uh-oh. Why are we rotated? I'm trying to tip it over again. I'm trying to press up, but it won't go up. It's like stuck going down. Come on, face up. Okay. It is going up, it just takes quite a bit to get to that point. The very slow incline. Elevons, I think. Some minimal control. Oh, wait, is that something I have? It might be something I don't have unlocked yet. I think we need to rotate instead of doing left-right controls. I actually turn the throttle down a little bit. It might help me center. It is a thing you put on your wings at the back, like a real plane. Okay, we'll try and take a look at it. Now, I know for sure I'm not going to be able to make this landing first try. Come on, climb back up. We're going down too far. I need a little bit more throttle. Detailing, but up and down. Gotcha. Trying to flatten out now. I mean, we're not doing too bad on flying with our first flight. I am going past the airport so I can loop back around and hopefully get straight with it. Like if we start trying to turn now. That's not turning. And there goes the earbuds. Now you guys can probably hear each other. Now if I fly like this for a little bit, we should start turning. Seems like it is. If I tilt it a little bit more, it should turn faster. Going off of the ball, it seems like we're working it. Yeah, we're definitely not anywhere close to the airport, though. We might want to try and not go for the airport and just go to any land that I can get. Tilting down a little too far. I give it more throttle. Does that make this quicker or worse? Seems like it's making it quicker. I don't think I was far enough out to make this airport, though. We're just going to keep heading this way. No, no, not like that. Go back up. We're definitely not going to make the airport. Because we're not at least straight with it. So I'm just going to go back to the main land area and see if I can land the plane. Let's straighten us out. Pull up. And put this on max throttle so we can get back faster. "5 kilometers out from the land." Gotcha. I was definitely too close to it. Trying to tilt. Every time I turn, it tilts the opposite direction. Good to know. So we're not going to try to land on the airport runway. We're just going to try to get to it, or get to the land itself, I mean. And I want to be more in line. With the planet. Take out the other earbud. Okay, we're going to start going down now. I'm going to see if I can land this without crashing. I should probably start throttling down. We are going to a bumpy area. I'm going to try tilting us up as we're going down. And hopefully we can bounce a little bit and not crash. Trying to pull up just so we're not doing a nosedive. Pull up hard. Let's do this button. Okay, I turn off the engines. We're just gliding now. Oh! I broke the wheels. Probably not going to fare well with us now. I'm definitely going too fast. I have a feeling. But that's awesome. We got our first flight, at least. So I am, of course, going to save this now. Rip indeed. It did fly pretty well. There's just more things to go with it. We look in here. One of these things, I think, is what I was looking for. That's fuel tank. That's not what I want. Flight control is probably something I need. Winglet is definitely something I was looking for. But it wasn't the only thing I was looking for. Don't need these. Standard fuselage carries no fuel, is there merely as a structural element such as such is lighter and more solid due to reinforcements. This is what I was looking for earlier. But flight control could also help us with turning and stuff like that. With some tweaking controls surfaced. Yes. So if we worked towards general construction, I think that would be the better idea. Well, actually, we don't have to work towards it. I have enough for both of them. So it's either I do general construction or I do flight control. And honestly, I think our wings are good enough. Not the best, but good enough. So I'm going to do general rocketry. We get the thumper so we can do the orbit stuff. And then we also get general construction, which also helps us with the sleepover and decide next stream. That is what I'm thinking. So with this, we also get the connectors, which will help us stabilize our extra rockets. I don't think we need to look at advanced anytime soon. Good luck on catching Sawaddle. And then basic science would probably help us more than the wings. Because that'll be more things we can test. Radiator panel. High gain antenna. Short range dual purpose communications antenna that can handle either direct communications or short range relays. We'll take a look at this later on. What I'm going to do now is save game. But as quick save. Okay, now, for everyone that is here, we're going to do 2 polls. Because for our story, we are trying to get into space travel. And we're doing this as an in-between game between our second chapter, which was modern city building things, and our third chapter, which is space travel stuff. So we can either play this more, since I have a better understanding of it going into this portion of the game, or we're doing things slower. Or we can just skip over, like we had planned originally, being tomorrow, to infraspace. So it's either we can play this for a couple more streams, or we can continue on. Up to you guys. As we are here, I'm going to go out. Oh, apparently save game was right there. I want to make sure that this saved correctly. Should be this one. With ME. You voted as I expected. I'm guessing you voted for KSP. I'm gonna go in here and see if our plane is still here. It is not. Does that mean we don't have Jebediah? We should still have Jebediah. Poll has ended. 1 person voted for a yes. So we are going to continue this again on Saturday. Okay, we still do have Jebediah.
Thanks for watching. If you'd like to catch me live, I stream on Twitch on Mondays and Wednesdays from 10 AM to 12:30 PM EST, and on Saturdays from 10 AM to 2 PM EST.